Good morning and welcome to Foothills County Council meeting for May 20th, 2026. I'll call the meeting to order at 9 a.m. First up, I would look for a motion to approve the agenda for today. From Councillor Kendall, all in favor? Motion carries. Let's go to our round table. Councillor McHugh, did you want to start? Did you have anything for the round table this morning?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Foothills. And nothing this morning, thanks.
Thank you. And Division 1, nothing out of there either. Just I guess a quick comment to Manager Porter. Drove by the Kaylee last evening. Shower had just gone over and looked over at Chinook Park, and beautiful, nice, wet, glistening. And lawn was mowed and green and lush and rainbow and deer sitting in there. It was a postcard picture. So park is looking well. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to take the credit for that, but ASB's the ones that deserve that. Thanks.
They put the deer in there, did they?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. We'll go to Deputy Reevol.
Good morning, everyone. Just a big thanks for all the work being done in Division 4. We're keeping a lot of our departments busy, and just want to thank all of those who are working on the projects there. And I don't have anything specific to raise at this time.
Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to everyone. I'm sorry, I'm just I'm pulling something up on my map here, but just a couple of things for Public Works. I was at a meeting at the Dwinton Hall yesterday, and you've swept the parking lot, but the snow, when we did it, the snowpack was still in the corner, and the snow's gone now, so they're hoping that we could come back and there's about 100 square feet of gravel just in the corner of the parking lot that needs to be cleaned up. And also on the where the golf range is there, I just can't find it right now on my map, but the street sign's fallen off the corner. So I think it's like McLeod Trail or 16th Street. The street sign's fallen off the post, however that happened. And I'm going to send you an email from a resident who is my neighbor, who's the contractor, but he's representing a resident in Mr. McHugh's area on 32nd Street and just off of 306th Avenue. They're having a problem with the culverts holding water, and the culvert's too high, and he's done all the shots and done all the locations and things like that. So I'm going to send you the email with all the information, and I'd appreciate it if you could have a look at that and advise me. I'm going to send it right quick. Other than that, that's all I've got. Thank you, sir.
Councillor Callister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome to Wednesday. Division 6, so I've got one road issue done, 80th Street, just heading south to 552, about 100 meters north of the 552 80th Street East intersection. The southbound lane is breaking up a little bit. I don't know if it's on our radar or anything, but it's going to get worse, I can tell. That's all I have for Division 6 this morning. And thank you very much.
Okay, Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Foothills County. I had a call from a resident regarding the inability to get garbage bags at either the Millerville store or the Esso in Diamond Valley. But as I understand, following up with CAO, that has now been taken care of. So garbage bags should be available. Also had a call from a lady who lives on Highway 22 south of Bar T5 and is very concerned about the amount of roadkill along there. She said 3 animals in the last week and another one within the last month, and like elk and moose, not just deer. So I know there is a wildlife corridor sign as you're leaving Diamond Valley heading north. And there's another one on Highway 22 when you're headed south, just past the T at 549. And I know this is a provincial highway, but perhaps that wildlife corridor sign should be moved a little farther north as well, if it has any impact, because, I mean, I know the wildlife does cross there as well. So, yeah, just bringing that to everybody's attention. And yeah, I saw the clearing along Councillor Oles Road there. So lots of clearing being done just south of Pritis there. And yeah, I think that's all for now. Thank you.
Okay, looks like you got a couple things there, Mr. McLean. We'll go to you and now for many updates you have, Mr. McLean.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I got a couple of updates with stuff that's happened here the last couple of weeks. So we have reached out to Volker Steven about the Davisburg Bridge on 552, and they are going to be sending crews to build up the approach. So there's going to be less of a noticeable transition. So we also have touched up with the science there out at Cottonwood, out at 236 Ave East and 88th Street. So we have 60 km/h signs before the 20s at the curve, both on the north and the west side. So it should cover both lanes. And there's the 60s as well over at the north end and as well as the west end off of 80th.
So when you're coming off the curve to get onto 88th, just after the curve, is there one there heading north?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Oh, good. Thank you. Thank you so much.
We do have a couple of crews as well working in the areas who will check out 80th and we'll investigate with the cracking in the lane there as well. And that's all I have. So thank you.
Thank you. Manager Allard, anything from you?
Good morning, Council. I have no updates today, just filling in for Director Kruger, and we'll be sticking around for some public works items later on.
Okay, thank you very much. Manager Cornelson.
Good morning, Council. Good morning, Foothills County. And strychnine is still on its way, and I still have to figure out who's going to get it. But I might. The only thing I've thought of there is we did have a lot of farmers step up to help us with, to get the strychnine. So I've got a list of about 20 producers who we either, part of as the Ag Service Board, and some producers who helped me with coming up with a argument to get it back. So I might be using them as maybe the first people to get the strychnine. I'm not sure else to work that. The trial was seeded yesterday, just before the rain, so I'm pretty happy about that. And it looks like I'll be seeing the reservoir next week. The Agriculture Services Coordinator position closes today. June 16th, there is a ranching workshop we're working together with Foothills Forage on at Longview Hall. And I have an item later in the meeting about the concrete pad, so I'll be sticking around for a little bit. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Director Porter.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Council. A couple things on the agenda today, items B3 and B4. And just an update for Council, the Foothills Okotoks Recreation Society AGM is tomorrow at 1 o'clock at the Field House, as well as a regular meeting. And just wanted to extend a thank you to enforcement. We've had over the last few years a lot of motorbike activity and off-highway vehicle activity in our park there. And I understand that some of the individuals were caught in the act in that bar enforcement and had a stern talking to. So hopefully that's the end of that. But yeah, just a big thank you to enforcement. That's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just a question, you mentioned the Forez AGM, the building naming celebration is happening very soon too, is it not?
Correct. I don't know if we're advertising that yet or not, but correct. We do have a new building naming sponsor, the Tenfold Corporation. And we're very pleased to have that partnership with Tenfold. I believe June 5th is what's the date that we're looking at for the grand, I guess, announcement and ribbon cutting ceremony, and that with our formal partnership with Tenfold. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Deputy Director Stapley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, council. So this weekend with the moisture received, we did move from a fire restriction to a fire advisory. The Calgary Forest area has changed to a moderate risk and there are still no restrictions with them. I do have an agenda item, but other than that, I have no other updates.
Thank you. Municipal Advisor Reva Cameron, did you have any updates for us this morning?
Good morning, Council, Foothills. Pardon me, on Monday, part of the Frank Lake portion of the commission meeting, there'll be a presentation from Morgan, and I can't say his last name, but anyway, he will be making a presentation on behalf of Ducks Unlimited to the commission. So I believe that's around 10:15 it's scheduled for. I'm told it'll be about half an hour. So if anyone is interested, it'll be Zoomed. The meeting will be Zoomed, and Courtney is sending out the invites from on behalf of the commission. Things are still moving along with respect to all the utility projects, but there's really nothing to report at this time. The pump stations work continues to finish that. The reservoir, council can see all the water in the reservoir as you drive by. And it was a matter of waiting for the river to clean up a little bit, and pumping will continue. That project is just about wrapped up, so we probably will have a completion walkthrough in a couple of weeks on the reservoir and the pump station that's there. As you can see, there's a lot of dirt to move around that site. We ended up with a good pile of topsoil. And so, but we also ended up with rocks of all shapes and sizes, small ones, big ones. So Public Works will deal with that in time. There'll be some dirt that'll be spread on the railway right away. And that's just part of the project out there. So as I say, water treatment plants moving along, but we're still, probably the end of July before it's operational. And that's all I have for today. I have nothing in close today.
Okay, thank you very much, everybody, for joining us. Unless you have something on the agenda, I hope you have a good rest of your day. With that, let's turn to our miscellaneous municipal items. B1, appointment of bylaw officer, page 3 of our agenda. Senior Community Peace Officer Kevin Bridge. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Morning, Mr. Chair, and good morning, Council. Just looking to bring forward a request to appoint our full-time seasonal employee summer student as a bylaw officer this year. Currently, this year we have employed a student who's completed his first year of criminal justice at Lethbridge Polytechnic, and he's going to be taking on the speed trailers and the armadillo boxes throughout the county, as well as dealing with any illegal signage, temporary signage through the bylaws and pulling them and sending letters to the business owners there. As well, he will assist with the transportation of friendly, non-aggressive dogs to and from appropriate heaven can wait. Previously, the summer student in 2025 also dealt with a lot of the cyclist complaints, handing out pamphlets and community education in regards to that, and education purposes in regards to dogs run at large in county parks and out on municipal roadways. They would fall under the authorities of the bylaw enforcement officer bylaw. And I think that's it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any questions?
Any questions from council? Deputy Reeve Ohl.
Good morning, and thank you for your presentation and information you've shared about this item. It's nice to see, and it looks like it'll be a good help to the department. And I definitely appreciate the entire list, but really this time of the year is now getting a lot of cyclists out in the West Country. So this is going to be very timely to add that to help with just mitigation of some of the behaviors out there. So just want to thank your department in advance, because I know it's going to keep you busy and probably going to take some time to work with the person that you're bringing on board. So definitely look forward to it. And when you're looking for a motion, let me know. I would provide that.
Okay, we'll go to Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. How is that received by the cyclists? I'm just kind of curious when they're handing out the info.
Usually when they're dealing with the students previously in the past, they're usually pretty receptive of it.
Okay.
We haven't had any concerns brought forward by our students. I've had them with me this year. I've had them with me, right along with me this year a few times, and we've spoken with the cyclists, and they're usually generally pretty good and receptive.
Just curious, does that ever extend to motorcycles? Like, I know there's just certain intersections where they do tend to stop and kind of have a little conflab sometimes. Is that ever part of your plan to educate motorcyclists on speeding, or is that a little ambitious?
Yeah, when we engage with the motorcyclists, if we come across them committing an offense or speeding offense or stop sign offense, then we'll deal with them accordingly.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Deputy Reeve Ohl, we'll come back to you. You had a motion.
Sure, I'd like to move the motion on page 4 that council appoint Grayson Burkholder as the bylaw officer to carry out the limited duties and responsibilities of a bylaw officer under the Municipal Government Act and the bylaw enforcement bylaw.
Thank you. We have that motion to appoint Grayson. I don't see anything further, so I'll call the question. All in favor? Motion carries. Councillor Alger, you got something to add?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just a little off topic, Officer Bridge. There was a joint.
Yeah.
There was a joint check stop in High River on Friday. It looked like RCMP and I saw a Nanton bylaw, and were we part of that also? I didn't see our cars, but I was just driving by.
Yeah, we had 2 of our guys that were there. They were taking part in it. It was a JFO that was spread throughout, working throughout the county on the long weekend there.
Yep.
So Friday during the day, they were in High River. And then in the afternoon, evening, they moved out into the county area.
Okay. And DFO too? DFO? Did you say?
JFO.
JFO.
Yeah,
Okay.
Joint Force Operation.
Yeah.
So they had us, High River, Okotoks was invited, Diamond Valley was invited, RCMP were there, I believe, and sheriffs were also invited. So
Yeah, I just couldn't read the emblems as I was driving by. Nanton was the only one I could see, but I knew there was other services involved. Okay, thanks for that.
Okay, no further questions, so thank you for joining us. Let's go to B2, West Foothills Water Treatment Plant Generator. Utility Foreman Corey Lyons, page 12 of our council agenda. Take it away, Mr. Lyons.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, council. I'm here to seek council approval for the purchase and installation of a backup generator at our West Foothills Water Treatment Plant. Presently, the West Foothills Water Treatment Plant does not have a backup generator. With more customers connecting to our system, installation of a generator would reduce operational and regulatory risks and maintain service to our residents.
Okay, thank you for that. We also have this handout, this confidential handout that was given to us with the numbers on it. I'll go to council for any questions. Deputy Reeve Ohl.
Thank you. Are we able to discuss this in open at all, or is this something we need to put into closed session? It is labeled confidential in terms of the
Yeah, I think the numbers, I think we would need to keep in closed. So is that what you're wanting to talk about?
I'm looking for an explanation of we've got a listed number of quotes and I'm just looking for an explanation of what we're looking at. I did read it, but I just would like some clarification of what we're looking at, if that's okay.
Okay, perhaps we should go in closed then for that short discussion. So I'd look for a motion to take us in closed. Councillor Alger, all in favor? Motion carries. Welcome back. I'll go to Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to Mr. Lyons, how many times does the power go out in that area? Just say in the last year that you're aware of.
If I recall correct, last year, I believe we had possibly 4 or 5 occurrences.
Okay.
You know, the durations are very dependent on when Fortis is able to get the services back online.
Yep.
There have been instances in the past where it's been upwards of 9 hours. So it can be very hit and miss on the duration, but it's definitely an important issue.
Okay. Okay, that's a little bit more than I was thinking. I'm just thinking this is a lot of money for something that doesn't happen very often, but I'm seeing it's probably happening more often than the power in my yard. I don't think has gone out in well over a year. So what I'm leading to is there's a lot of good rental companies in the area. Typically Sunbelt Rentals is one of the bigger ones that could have a generator out there probably within an hour. Is that an option, or are we just, because typically those generators just sit there, and I get that they're a backup, but.
Well, as power, outages occur, we run the risk of losing distribution pressure, which can then lead to more operator time and sampling. And then we're also having to do flushing, which does waste quite a bit of water. It can provide, operational risks as well as regulatory. So if we lose distribution pressure, you run the risk of infiltration in the system. So it can be at a bit of time, each occurrence. An operator does have to respond immediately.
Yeah.
The second we receive, our alarms, to be on site. So.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Thanks for that.
So just further to that, like all those pieces that have to be done then when you lose distribution pressure, I'm just wondering what the cost of that is versus the cost of having a generator there, because there'd be a maintenance cost of a generator as well. So I'm just wondering what the cost difference is on a year basis or something like that.
Other than, being able to kind of provide, the rough time frame of how long an operator's out there, if we do lose full distribution pressure, they're definitely going to be, 4+ hours on site. So if you factor in operator time and, the cost to produce and make the water that you're going to be flushing and the cost of sending samples in for analysis. I don't have an exact cost on hand for that, but it can add up depending on the amount of occurrences.
Okay. And this services, in addition to the bulk fills, are 2 houses there now?
There's 4 houses connected to there, and it also does provide water through the bulk fills. So we do have customers that do show up during power outages, from in the area, that are looking for water. So at that time, they are not able to utilize that source.
Okay, Deputy Reva Ohl.
Oh, great. Thanks for the information thus far. Just a question on other systems that we have within Foothills County. Do they have backups as well? I just thought it was mandatory to have backup for water systems. So I'm just wondering if the other ones have it as well.
Most of our facilities do have backup generator. Foothills County did acquire this facility in past years. During that time when it was constructed, they didn't put a generator in. It is, good or standard practice that when you're building facilities now that you do have that backup power supply to obviously maintain the operation and service to customers. I don't believe it's a mandatory requirement, but they do look at having that in place when you have these sort of facilities.
Okay, thank you for that. And then in terms of power outages, we just had another one this week. So we've got a lot of power outages out west, and there were some really big ones that happened particularly in the fall and winter in 2025 out in the West Country. So they were like days long. So it's just happening quite a bit. And then with a lot of wind events, the trees hitting power lines ends up being quite the repair operation. So it takes a while for that. So it does impact the service out there. So I'm in support of definitely the lower priced option. And in terms of the overall, if you want to call it cost benefit over time, due to the impact on the operational risk, regulatory risk, the distribution impact, should it be over a number of time, but also cause any type of infiltration or need for purging the system, or causing a lot of reaction to it, and then supporting the service to the homes and the bulk fill station. So I am in support of it, and I appreciate I guess that really what's coming to the site being the single phase, and then the slight alteration that's necessary to just bring everything into the proper technology so that will all work. And so that being option, whatever option we're going to call it, but quote 1 and 2 combined, which is on page 13 of the agenda. And I would make the motion for the recommendation for this backup system as presented today. Thank you.
Okay, so we have that motion from Deputy Reeve Ohl. Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair, do you have any idea what the warranty is on this Generac unit?
Don't know at the moment. I would have to look through the document there, or if it's not there, contact the company.
I guess I'm just assuming like it's usually 5 years. I mean, that's kind of a norm, but be good to know what the warranty is.
If I may, through the chair.
Go ahead.
There is a 2-year basic limited warranty on the generator.
Okay. And so we're looking at 110,000 divided by 4 homes. So the cost of this will just be borne by all utility users, I guess, as per our utility rates. Go ahead, Municipal Manager Reva Kemp, Advisor Reva Kemp.
At this point in time, capital is not included in the utility rates. It is borne either through grants or, well, almost all through grants. I would have to check through the budget where Director Hammond had assigned this to, because it could be through the Canada Building Fund. So when we do, right now, when we do capital works within the hamlets or on any of our the facilities that we own, those are not borne through the utility rates. We're just in the process of starting to charge enough to start building reserves up that can go into capital.
Okay, CEO Payne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Advisor Reva Cambrin's correct. It is to be funded through the CCBF, which is the Build Canada Fund Grant Program, according to the capital budget for this year.
Okay. Deputy Revol?
Sure. One thing with generators is you want to make sure that they're actually functioning. So when something happens, they're actually working. So will there be a testing regime where that unit would be tested to make sure that it is operational, like on a regular basis?
Yes, so upon commissioning, the company will come out there first off and they will be doing a load test and inspecting the unit. Afterwards, we will be doing a monthly test ourselves on the generator, and then also part of a yearly maintenance program, we will be having a company come in to do, servicing to the generator and an inspection.
Okay, so we have that motion from Deputy Revol to approve the lowest bid as laid out on page 13 there, quote 1 and 2, and then a few other pieces for fencing and contingency. So we have that motion. No anything further. Call the question. All in favor? Motion carries. Let's go to B3, Foothills Regional Airport Lot Subleasing. Manager of Parks and Recreation, Jeff Porter. Go ahead. Page 14.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before council today, and that is a request for council to provide administration direction regarding the resumption of lot sublease sales at Foothills Regional Airport. Currently, sublease sales at Foothills Regional Airport have been suspended due to lack of water for fighting fires. During the March 26, 2026 meeting of the Foothills Regional Airport Advisory Committee, the recommendation was made to resume lot sublease sales, but not to allow construction to begin on the new sublease lots until after the construction of the fire protection reservoir. In the initial development of the Foothills Regional Airport, there's currently 9 private lots and 2 commercial lots available for sublease sale. We do have an inventory of more lots, but they aren't serviced yet, so we can't sell those. There are 41 private lots and 13 commercial lots that have been subleased and developed to date. So that gives you 54 hangars that are currently there without fire protection water. So you have a couple of recommended motions in that before council today. Motion A is to resume lot sublease sales at the Foothills Regional Airport with the restriction that construction can only begin on the new sublease lots until after the fire protection reservoir is filled and operable. Or motion B to resume lot sublease sales at the Foothills Regional Airport once the fire protection reservoir is filled and operable. Administration is recommending motion B. I'll entertain any questions at this time.
Thank you, Deputy Revol. Oh, that's from before, Councillor Alger.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. What's the ETA, Mr. Porter, on the reservoir being operational?
Through the chair to the floor, that is currently in Public Works hands. I guess it's dependent on weather and what their construction schedule is like this year. So that is kind of the reasoning behind our reasoning for motion B. Projected timeline is to have it done in late fall, so October, November. So if that were to come to fruition, then obviously end in November, December, we could resume lot sales with motion B.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, and to Manager Porter's, when we talked about building this reservoir a few months back, we discussed about how it's going to be paid for, and I believe there was something in the motion at that point in terms of exploring options of how it will be paid for. I don't think that's been explored yet. So just looking back, we estimated a $270,000 cost to build this reservoir. So if we were expecting lot sales to cover 50% of that, and there's about 50 lots between what's already built in addition to the next phase of development to be right kind of in the middle there. There'd be 50 lots. So we'd be looking at about $5,400 per lot. So are we looking to add an additional price point on these lots to cover the cost of building the reservoir?
Thank you for the question, through the chair of the floor. I guess that would be a decision of councils to decide if they would like to go that route, as council is now the authority for the airport. So if that is something that council wishes to choose, that option is tacking that on to the rest of the lots that are for sale in the resumption of phase one, and once phase two build out is completed, that's definitely something that could be explored for sure.
Okay, so I guess that's why I'm in favor of motion B, but I would suggest we tack on there with cost recovery of the reservoir, with reservoir construction cost recovery options to be brought back to council in advance of these sales going forward, would be my thinking. The wording would need a little massaging. I'll go to council. Anybody else? Or anybody like to give a motion or that motion? Councillor Alger?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll make the motion that you stated.
Okay, so resume lot
Sorry,
sublease sales at the
right
airport
wording there.
once the reservoir is filled, and cost recovery options be brought back in advance. Okay,
So moved.
we have that motion. Anybody else? All in favor? Motion carries. Let's go to B4, Scott Seaman Sports Park, Ball Diamonds, Chain Link Fence Safety, page 15 of our agenda. Back to you, Manager Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before council today is for your consideration to purchase chain link fence safety cap for both ball diamonds at Seaman Sports Park. This product improves the safety for all users of ball diamonds as it adds improved visibility of the fence and protects players from the exposed top of the chain link fence. This item was included in the 2026 capital budget with $10,000 allocated for this item. As you can see, the quotes in front of you, we went out for 3 quotes, and that one was not provided in time for this report. And we've supplied a 20% contingency because this product comes out of the States, and with the volatility of the US dollar and tariffs, we wanted to make sure that we had our bases covered. So we're recommending to council today to approve, due to pricing, the purchase of 50 packages, which is roughly 2,000 feet of chain link safety cap from Lynx brand fence products, Alberta Limited, for up to $6,917, including contingency plus GST. I'll entertain any questions. Thank you.
Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through the chair to the floor. I'm just picturing like all the stuff that I've bought over the years where, you know, it's just great. And then 2 years later, it falls apart because it's plastic. So I'm just saying, like, was there a complaint? What prompted this safety cap necessity?
Through the chair to the floor. Yes, there have been numerous complaints in that over the years, and we were not the first ones to hop out there and do this. So we've sat and watched what other municipalities have done. Okotoks has a fair amount of this on their diamonds. In fact, right behind the office here in George Lane Park, they've had it for, I believe, 2 or 3 years now. We do have a high UV intensity in that because of our altitude here that degrades plastics. This product and that is the product that's behind us, so I walk by it every day when I go home. So I'm keeping an eye on it and looking at it. It is a fairly high dense product with, it seems to have a lot of the oils that are utilized to produce plastics. So it's set up quite well, and that to the UV degradation and that will occur. I would say the lifespan on this product, we're probably looking at about 15 to 20 years before replacement is needed. So thank you.
Okay. And in terms of where the money's coming from for this, it's a capital item, so just taxpayer funds, or I think we do have recreation reserves specifically for this field, or where's it coming?
Correct. Believe it's coming from LGFF.
Okay. Okay, anybody else or a motion? Deputy Reeve Ohl.
Sure, thank you. I think the high visibility color is very helpful. I know it's something that when games are going on, it's just a reminder that you got a fence there in case you're really focused on catching the ball. So I think it's going to help with that as well as the edges. And I'm sure there's lots of balls that go over there and someone's climbing up. So it'll be protection. So I would move that motion according to the staff report, which is to approve due to pricing the purchase of 50 packages of chain link safety cap from Lynx Brand Fence Products Alberta Limited for up to 6,917, including contingency plus GST.
Okay, do we have that motion from Deputy Ohl? Anything further? All in favor? Motion carries.
Thank you, Council.
Let's go to B5, ASB Shop Concrete Pad, page 16 of our agenda. Manager Cornelison, take it away.
Thank you. So what happened here is I have something that I did and something that I should have done. And so there was an extra amount that I guess authorized on the pad that was originally from March 25th, where you guys okayed it in council. And I guess what I should have done is brought that number back here and got the approval of it. The reason there was a I guess an overpayment or extra amount requested was when they first set up the pad, they made it bigger than they should have. And so it was kind of one of those things like the pour was coming May 7th in the morning and they had mixed it up on May 6th. And so when I got the call that evening, I said that was all right. I kind of was kind of looking more at it as I guess an operational thing more than and I shouldn't have done that. So when I okayed it, I said, well, there's money in the ASB rental budget. It's okay. And I kind of liked the pad the size it was, and I didn't really want them coming in there in the evening and fooling around there in the evening either. So yeah, just asking for you guys to authorize the extra payment there, which I guess, yeah. So anyway, yeah, I think I learned a lesson here. So. Yeah.
Okay, Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Cornelison, the original ask when you talked to this company was for 25 by 30.
That's right.
And then they came out and did a 30 by 30.
That's right.
Okay. I've had dealings with this company before. I'm not surprised at all that this went wrong.
Oh.
Yeah, I was kind of giving you the benefit of the doubt when you first brought this to us, but yeah, I'm not surprised at all.
Okay, so the request is to approve the 2175 increase. Anybody else? Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Congratulations. You have 150 more square feet of cement pad. Motion.
Okay, so we have. No, we have that motion from Councillor Kendall to approve the extra payment on the concrete pad.
I'll give you that motion.
Okay, from Councillor Kendall. I don't see anybody else. All in favor? Motion carries. Yeah, let's go to
Thank you.
B6 speed limit reduction, Bow River Bottom Trail East, engineering technologist Antle, page 20 of our agenda.
Good morning, Foothills County, Mr. Reeve and Council. Based on a past council request, Public Works has carried out an operational review of Bow River Bottom Trail. Our review primarily focused on roadway classification, alignment, posted and advisory controls, and overall consistency with similar rural roads. Bow River Bottom Trail is classified as a rural collector. The roadway includes several horizontal curves with an existing 30 km/h advisory speed signage. Field observations and technical review was undertaken along the section of roadway extending from Dumbo Road north to the river flats, where the roadway turns west. As part of this review, staff undertook ball bank indicator testing in both travel directions for all curves within the reviewed segment. The results from this testing, combined with observed roadway geometry and roadside conditions, indicate that a lower operating speed will be better aligned with the physical characteristics of the roadway. Therefore, administration recommends an implementation of a posted speed limit of 30 km/h for the entirety of this segment. Further, installation of additional warning signs were warranted to reinforce driver awareness of the roadway conditions. These measures are intended to clearly communicate appropriate operating conditions to drivers and improve consistency with the existing advisory signage. The recommended signage would include 6 new signs and posts at a total cost of $1,500. If delineator posts are directed by council, 44 would be recommended at a cost of $75 each. And I'd be happy to answer any questions or address any concerns at this time. Thank you.
Councillor Callister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair. Thank you guys for getting to this so quickly. I was the one that initiated this request through a resident landowner there. So how many delineator posts would we be talking about there? So based on our measurements, I'd recommend 44. We could streamline and possibly reduce that number by 6 by going with the bare minimum. However, that would just create small gaps in the delineators as you need one in advance and then following a curve at a set spacing. So we could reduce that perhaps to about 38, but my recommendation would be the 44 at a total of $3,300. $3,300 for the 44 of them? Yeah. And I don't imagine there's a budget for this. No, there wouldn't be. I'd have to default to Kelsey here with regards to where that would come from.
It would likely have to be taken out of Public Works operations budget.
Yeah, well, living in the area for all my life and going up and down that road quite a bit, I've never personally had any desire to drive off the edge of the embankment, but apparently it's happened quite a bit, so by others. So if this would help alleviate that, I would be in favor of the signage and the delineator posts. The original ask was for a barricade, but I know the cost of that would be prohibitive. So I think this is probably the least expensive way to go and to get the best bang for the buck on this road. So I will give you that motion unless there's any other input.
Okay, so that would be first reading of the bylaw to establish that posted speed limit.
Yes, Chair.
Okay. We have that motion from Councillor Callister. Councillor Alger, go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Can certainly support the motion. The delineator posts are just those plastic reflective markers on the top of them. And
through the chair to the floor, yeah, that's correct. The ones with the reflective tape on them, and then commonly seen on the side of highways, marking approaches, black and white usually.
And just on that first, I call it an outside curve, but the first curve on the road that goes to the right.
Yeah, so it would be along the west side of the roadway, effectively starting from the steep slopes at Dunbow and continuing down until where it becomes a significantly less grade at the bottom.
Oh, kind of all the way down? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, yeah, I know the lady that lives to the west of that road too, and I think there was a truck in there like a month ago.
Yeah.
And I know there's been several over the years. Certainly support something in there to alleviate that, and I think we're on the right track with lowering the speed limit and the posts. Thanks.
Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to Public Works. Sorry, does that include the install price? You're saying 44, how much were 44 posts?
The total was 3,300 and that would include the installation.
Okay, that's a little, all right. And then just to clarify, so the question on the floor is just the bylaw, or are we including the purchase of the delineator posts as well on that?
Yeah, no, I'm going to go back to Councillor Callister. I think I missed that second part. I should have, because you said it. So the motion is for first reading to the bylaw, and then also to install, authorize administration to install the associated signage. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair, my motion does include the delineator posts.
Okay. Okay. Deputy Revol.
Thank you. Thanks for the report and the explanation. I'm just curious if you could tell us how you do the ball bank indicating testing.
Sure, thank you. Through the chair to the floor. So ball bank indicator testing is a simple engineering study that we undertake. It's done using an inclinometer to determine the safe speed for horizontal curves, and it measures the effects of centripetal acceleration, vehicle body roll, and super elevation. And then based on those measurements, we'll determine what the appropriate speed is.
Thank you. Sounds very interesting.
Okay, so we have that motion from Councillor Callister. I think we all got her. All in favor? Motion carries. While you're here, let's just keep going to B7. Speed limit first curve east of Highway 762, page 27 of our agenda. Back to you, engineering technologist. No, Callum, sorry, we're gonna switch gears.
Thank you and good morning to the Reeve and the council. So for this investigation, we conducted testing over on the Plumbers Road section from the intersection at Highway 762 to 1 kilometer east of Highway 762. And as part of that investigation, we took measurements and observations in the field, conducting, ball bank indicator testing, and completing a desktop study confirming curve lengths and curve radii. And this test was undertaken in response to concerns from the residents, and this was backed up by several incidents in the past relating to collisions and incidents with wildlife. So as part of this testing, we determined that the current posted speed limit in this area of 80 kilometers an hour should be reduced to 60 kilometers an hour, with the exception of the first curve, which is located about 600 meters east of the Highway 762 intersection with Plumbers Road, which we are recommending to be posted at 30 kilometers an hour. There is additional requirements there for signage. We have put out for 10 new signs, which include warning signs for wildlife and curves, and at $250 per sign installation, the total cost would be $2,500. I will take any questions. Thank you.
Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, a resident brought this to my attention, and initially I thought, oh, we don't need more signs. I've been driving that road my whole life. Why do you need more signs? I mean, slow down, it's a corner. So, but I went and I looked, and the signs were kind of confusing and they were quite dated. So yeah, just to have somebody speed up to 80 in the first little leg and then slow down to 30. So yeah, I concluded that, the signs would be helpful. And then you backed it up with that there were actual evidence of, confirmed evidence of collisions and wildlife as well. So, yeah, I could support this motion. For a corner I've been driving my whole life that's now going to get an update. I'm so excited.
Okay, was that a motion for first reading then, Councillor Kendall?
Yes, that was a motion. Wasn't
Okay.
that clear?
You bet. So we have that motion for first reading. Don't see anybody else? All in favor? That motion carries. Thank you. Deputy Director Stapley, let's come to your item while we still got a little bit of time. B8, 2026 road event, Millerville School Walkathon, page 34 of our agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before council this morning is a special event road application for the Millerville School. It is a biannual walkathon that allows them to do a fundraiser. It's slated to take place on June 4th and will remain within the Millerville hamlet. We know that the school has reached out to enforcement services and the RCMP to request a presence from both agencies near Highway 549 when they're walking along the berm. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Councillor Kendall, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I would approve this. The berm is pretty safe. I mean, it's, I think it's fine along there. Lots of people walk along there all the time anyways, so it's well worn and very obvious where you have to walk there. So, I would approve this
Okay,
motion.
so is that a motion then
That is a
to
motion.
approve the use of the
To clarify
rules?
my motion giving abilities here, that council review the special event application and authorize the temporary use of municipal roads through the hamlet of Millerville for the proposed school walkathon fundraiser.
Okay, we have that motion. All in favor? Motion carries. Okay, let's take a quick couple minute break before we get to our next hearing. Welcome back. I'll open our public hearing for Jenkins Southwest 8, 2128 West to 4, redesignation Ag to CR, page 43 of our agenda. Manager Bear, would you please introduce council and administration for us?
Certainly. Good morning. In council this morning, you have Councillor R.D. McHugh, CAO Ryan Payne, Reeve Rob Seward, Deputy Reeve Suzanne Old, Deputy Director of Planning Drew Granson, Councillor Alan Elder, Councillor John Callister, and Councillor Laura Kendall. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. I'll lay out the procedures for our public hearing this morning. First off, we will hear a presentation from Planning Officer Smith. Following her presentation, we'll go to the applicants for any presentation or comments that you wanted to provide to council. Following that, we would go to any members of the public that wish to speak. I don't have anybody registered and we don't have anybody in the gallery, but if they do show up, they'll be given an opportunity. Following that, we'll go to closing comments, firstly to the applicants, and then back to the planning officer for her closing comments. At each step along the way, we will give council and administration an opportunity to ask questions for clarification. With that, Planning Officer Smith, please proceed with your presentation.
Thank you and good morning, Reeve Council. The application before you this afternoon is being represented by Agent Lorinda Turner of Turner Land Limited and landowner Richard Jenkins for Plan 961227, Block 2, within the Southwest Quarter, Section 8, Township 21, Range 28, west of the 4th Meridian. The subject parcel is located directly east of 96th Street East and northeast of the intersection with 322nd Avenue East. It is approximately 3.5 kilometers east of Highway 2 and 240 meters east of the Highwood River at its closest point. Today's application proposes to redesignate an 8.3 acre portion from the subject 159.88 acre agricultural parcel to allow for the future subdivision of two 4.15 acre country residential district parcels as shown in orange, leaving a approximately 151.58 acre agricultural district balance as shown in blue. The two proposed lots have no existing development, and the 151.58 acre balance contains an existing dwelling, 2 barns, 5 sheds, septic, and water well. The two proposed parcels are primarily flat grassland with a wetland area within the northwest corner of proposed Lot 1. The balance parcel contains a mix of grassland and cultivated land, with a higher sloped area running north-south through the center of the balance, containing slopes in excess of 15% and sloping towards the east, as well as a seasonal drainage course running through the southwest corner. The parcel does not fall within any provincial flood hazard areas. Just to note, a water pipeline to carry raw, untreated water is currently being installed along the full west boundary of the parcel. Public Works suggested environmental reserve easement over the wetland area within proposed Lot 1. The landowner has expressed agreement to this. There is one existing approach from the corner of 322nd Avenue and 96th Street East, as shown in this image, which will remain providing access to the balance. A common approach is proposed to provide access to the two proposed lots located just south of the curve of 96th Street. These photos show the proposed approach location. Public Works advised that the proposed location just meets appropriate sightline requirements and upgrades will be required to meet common approach standards. The photo on the left shows the approximate proposed common approach location and the wetland within the northwest corner of proposed Lot 1. And the photo on the right shows the seasonal drainage course that flows through the southwest corner of the balance. This application was sent to all necessary municipal and external agencies. The county's Public Works Department recommends high water table testing for foundation design, septic disposal evaluations, and building envelopes to be provided for the proposed 4.15 acre parcels as condition of subdivision. Public Works also advised no concerns regarding the proposed common approach location to be utilized for the 2 new lots. However, upgrades are required to bring it to current common approach standards, including a culvert and gravel surfacing. As noted, Public Works suggests an environmental reserve easement to be registered over the wetland area located in the northwest corner of proposed Lot 1. No comments were received from any external agencies circulated. This application was circulated to area landowners within 1/2 mile on April 29th and advertised in the May 6th and 13th issues of the Okotoks Western Wheel. No letters had been received prior to today's hearing. And this concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to council and administration for any questions you may have at this time. Deputy Reeve-Ohl.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. In the history of the quarter section, we're looking at a almost 160 acre and the realignment. Is there any notes as to why the boundary adjustment took place to orient it that way?
Certainly through the floor. My understanding from research is that boundary adjustment was done to allow for access to both quarters as it was landlocked from the river on the east side.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else at this point, so we'll go to the applicant and agent. If you could start by introducing yourselves and then proceed with any comments or presentation that you have.
Good morning. I'm Lorinda Turner with Turner Land, and
I'm Richard Jacobs.
I don't think we have any further comments or proposals here. We just would like to thank you guys for your time for hearing this today.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll go to council administration then for any questions you may have of the applicant and agent. Deputy Reeve-Ohl.
Sure. I'm just wondering about the size, being that it's 160 acres. Would this be considered, if there were one parcel, would it be considered a first parcel out? Because it's adjusted in an unusual area, in a usual way. I just wasn't sure if we technically would allow that or not to be considered that.
Yes, my understanding is that if one parcel would be proposed, that would be considered the first parcel out.
Thanks for clarifying that.
Director Granson.
Good morning. This is maybe more of a question for administration. Just curious if Public Works noted any comment with regard to the potential widening of 96th Street East. I do note that about a 1/2 mile or 1/4 mile north, it's 30 meters width, but this is only 20. That's usually noted at subdivision, but sometimes they will reference that at land use as well. Looks like technologist Antle is online as well.
Go ahead, technologist Ansel, if you got the answer.
Thank you for that, Deputy Director Granson. We've requested, or sorry, there's 5 meters already taken on 96th Street East by Caveat on title.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, I don't, Deputy Reeve-Ohl.
Sure. One more question. You mentioned something about a water line, and I was looking at something at the same time and I didn't hear it. So would you mind repeating the comment you made about the line and where it is?
Certainly. There is a water line that is being currently constructed on the far west side of the entire subject parcel to allow for raw water to be taken to, I don't know where.
So it's not a serviced water line. It's somebody else's just basically putting in the utility in the ditch.
I will refer to Public Works. I believe they have answer on that, or the landowner.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's the Okotoks water line.
Oh.
The Sorry, so through the chair to the development officer. So the common approach to the curve at 96, I was just wondering about the sight lines there.
Yes, Public Works did state that it just meets sightline approval there.
Okay, I don't see anything further. There is no members of the public, so we will now go to closing comments. And it's kind of awkward to jump without anything in between, but we'll go to the applicant and your agent for any closing comments that you'd have at this time.
Thank you. We don't have any further comments.
Okay. And back to council administration, any questions for the applicant at this time? Deputy Reeve Ohl?
Thank you. In our package of the presentation that's shared with us today, we have a photograph showing the land. And I'm just wondering if the current use of the two proposed parcels is currently cultivated land. It looks like it is cultivated at this time, except for the pond.
Yeah, it's just in hayland right now.
It's in hay. Okay. I just wanted to clarify. Thanks so much.
Okay, we will now then, since I have nobody else, go back to the planning officer Smith for any closing comments that you have.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have no further comments.
And back to council administration, any questions you have one last time? Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through the chair to the applicant. So there is a difference between a first parcel out and a request for two lots. One's simpler than the other. In the event council is not supportive of two lots, do you have a preference for lot 1 or 2?
He would be preferred to lot 1.
Okay, I don't see anybody else, so I will close the public hearing at this time. You're welcome to remain in the gallery and watch council's deliberations and decision. You can also watch it online if you choose. The YouTube link can be found on the county's website. Either way, a decision will be sent to you once the minutes are ratified, likely next week. Thank you very much and have a good day.
Thank you.
We're staying in this meeting. Okay. So council, let's tackle this one while it's fresh. C1 Jenkins, page 43 of our agenda. I believe this is in Council Division 7. Who would like to start us off? Councillor McHugh, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the chair. Well, it's an unusual area. To the west, the quarter is largely fragmented, and along 96th Street, there has been parcels taken out on the west side. The problem in this area is 96th Street itself. It's an MRO road, and it gets pretty busy along there. So I worry a little bit about the sight line for that approach coming around the curve and around the slough. And those would be what I would comment on at this time.
Anybody else? Deputy Reeve Ohl?
Oh, thanks for your comments. I was just looking in terms of the planning in the area. It is certainly affected by what is across the street, but it also is in the central district. So I was just weighing that information. The configuration of the land was explained to us because the river's on the east side. It was reasonable to get access for that land in a different way so that it could access off 96. I see the issue with the sight lines potentially coming in, but because we could support a first parcel out, I'd also just like to explore whether it could be the full size or half size or both, based on perhaps the counselor for the area maybe has an opinion on that fragmentation, whether it fits there or not. And then obviously the area has been opened up to further, but again, don't know the years when that happened. It could have been before our MDP 2010. I don't know the years of those developments. So just trying to rationalize the support for one or two, just thinking out loud to share thoughts on it. Thank you.
Anybody else? I guess for myself, I would support a first parcel out for one. I think that's well supported by our MDP growth management strategy. But I guess I'm just not comfortable with two lots at this point in time. Quite a mixed area. This is kind of a transition into an area where it's pretty large agricultural parcels. So that's where I'm leaning. Councillor McHugh, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate those comments. On a first lot out, that's kind of the norm. If it was to go to two lots, then I think I would be looking for a road contribution for 96th Street. I guess what I'm suggesting is that at this time, the infrastructure on 96th Street that needs to be improved before there's much further development in this area. So, and just having said that, I'd be supportive of a 4.15 parcel, not an 8 in this area. Thanks.
Okay, are we ready for a motion? Deputy Reeve Ohl.
Actually, I just want to talk about size. I know we have before us a diagram with 4.15. Is that when you look at the parcel, is that fitting to, or should it be a straight line across from the approach and just so that you don't have to have a jog in the parcel? I don't know what your thoughts are in terms of that, but it does, I mean, it is an agriculture area. It does allow an animal on there. So if it went up, I don't know what the consequence would be to have a redraw and have the approach essentially be what was going to previously be a common approach, whether that would be entirely on that property with a jog or without a jog. So just a thought. And it would just require a redraw if we went to, like, I don't know if it'd be 5 acres or what it would be to encompass, but it might be a little more than an acre. I think they were trying to achieve setbacks in addition to everything else, and when they came up with that size before us.
Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, as drawn with one common approach, and in the event that 96th Street is eventually improved, then it could potentially service if there's further development in this area with infrastructure improvements, then it would probably facilitate lot 2 as drawn, I guess would be my comment. Thanks.
So as is what you're saying? Okay.
I thought as is. You still need to keep some distance from the curve on that corner.
Okay, who wants to give a motion? Councillor Kendall, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would give you the motion, but with the amendment for one lot, number 1. Did you want me to
Okay.
read it out in its entirety?
No, I think we got that. It's in our staff report, just with that small revision. So it'll be first reading. And do we need the ERE? Probably. Director Granson, or Deputy Director Granson, sorry. We need the ERE, correct? If we're just doing the one lot 1?
Yeah, to the chair, that's correct. So that ERE is within that proposed lot 1. So council could choose to include that as recommended in condition 1.
Okay, so we have that motion from Councillor Kendall, just to make sure I got it right. That would be for to redesignate for lot 1. but not lot 2, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I don't see anything further. I will call the question. All in favor? That motion carries. Okay. We have half an hour. Let's go to municipal planning items. D1, Torqued Industries, Southwest 172002, west of 5, development permit 26D, page 71 of our council agenda. Deputy Director Granson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we have a development permit on a direct control district number 31 designated property. This is located to the northwest of Diamond Valley in the I believe it's still called the Black Diamond Industrial Park. On the south side of Miners Road West and about 60 meters west of 168th Street. They're proposing a 6,000 square foot building and yard development in support of the uses contractor general and outdoor storage, as well as freestanding signage related to the use of the storage on the property. Again, I think access is pretty straightforward off the south side of Miners Road. There was, in addition to the comments received in the circulation, which are on page 76, Foothills Fire Department did provide comments back. For the most part, they're standard conditions that would be addressed under the building and safety codes and fire code. They just wanted to note addressing to the property is posted, access for fire apparatus, a fire safety plan, as well noting that if the building does require it, there may be, or if they do trigger the requirement for water for fire suppression, they would need a pond and hydrant. It's my understanding they're under that building size though, so that would not likely be triggered. However, again, if they do address that, it would be under the building code. There are recommended conditions of approval that start with pre-release on page 77 and continue into page 78. We'll maybe leave it at that, and if you have any questions, thanks.
Thank you very much. Yep, so we have that motion, couple of motions. Starting on page 77, motion for approval with lots of conditions, and then there's also options to postpone or refuse. This is in Council Division 3. Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, the pre-release conditions and the conditions of approval are quite extensive, and as are the advisory conditions. So, I mean, it seems like a pretty straightforward application. It's not a storefront. It's just storage for, I think it's Aaron Drilling. So they don't require much parking. I mean, it's pretty low key development there. So yeah, I did not see any issues. I did wonder, you know me, I love my bats. So I did wonder if, you know, along with the dark sky policy, if they might be willing, they got such a big building, they could just put up bat houses along there. It wouldn't be any trouble. That would be my only request, but I don't think that has to go in the motion, but until I get my bat bylaw or something like that, but in the meantime, yeah, I would defer to Deputy Director Granson if he had any other concerns that I overlooked there, or seems pretty straightforward.
Through the chair to Councillor Kendall, no, I don't have any other concerns to highlight. It generally aligns with the district and discretionary uses to council's purview.
Okay, so was that a motion for approval, Councillor Kendall?
Yes, it was. Do you want me to read it out all?
No, I think we've got it in front of us. That's all good.
Okay.
I don't see anybody else. So I will call the question. All in favor? Motion carries. Let's go to subdivision. Somebody give me a motion to go into subdivision approving authority. Counselor Alger, all in favor? Motion carries. E1 2676176. Too many sixes and sevens there. Alberta Limited, Kent 6 Ranch, Loker Investments Limited, Southeast 30, 1928 West of 4, page 89 of our agenda. Deputy Director Grants.
Yes, thank you again, Mr. Chair. So here we have a boundary adjustment request proposing to take 9.94 acres from a portion of southeast of section 30, township 19, range 28 west of the 4th Meridian. The entire subject quarter section is designated as general industry district. So this is 2 existing parcels of 139.9 acres and 12.1 acres. And the resulting boundary adjustment would decrease the larger parcel down to 129.96 acres and increase the smaller parcel up to 22.04 acres. This is in the Highway 2A industrial corridor, just directly west of the High River water treatment site. Leave it at that for any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. This is in Division 1. I have a few questions, I guess. So this is general industry district. Both of these parcels are. And I guess my concern is the environmental sensitivity of this parcel with the Tongue Creek right there, which can turn into quite a raging nemesis when it does flood. So being that both districts are general industry district, I do see on page page 105 in the letter from the applicant, they're looking to use those additional lands as additional development area for general industry uses. So the intent is to expand the development area a lot closer to the creek than what they can right now. So I guess where I'm going with this, in terms of protecting the environmental sensitivity right next to the creek, how would this affect that? Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. So within the submission, the applicants have identified, a basic kind of site assessment illustrating the vegetation on site. It's my understanding that they're basically looking at moving that boundary to the top of bank on the south and west side. So basically the left bank of the river, or pardon me, of the creek. So the Tongue Creek would remain within the balance parcel. And this boundary adjustment would basically move that boundary to the left bank of that creek. They don't identify specific additional developable area, but they have identified that their intent would be to basically be able to expand the developable area, and they are aware of the riparian setbacks, and I think in the write-up they basically state that there's not significant riparian or environmentally significant lands within a majority of that area. So certainly Public Works has identified several recommendations for approval of subdivision. Just trying to think, I'll go back to those conditions. Actually, I believe those would be typically conditions of subdivision, but let me just double check that. Where are we? I think that was more, development permit list there. So so most of those conditions would basically fall to the development permit. So the high water table, the building envelopes, flood drainage, or pardon me, lot grading and overland drainage. So again, I mean, at the development permit stage, they'd certainly need to identify that their development area is not affecting those riparian setbacks, setbacks from the creek in general, setbacks from slope, things like that would all be addressed at the development permit stage. Again, it doesn't really identify how much additional developable area this would have, but it basically isolates the south and west portions from the north and east portions on either side of the river.
Okay, so all of the environmental sensitivities essentially can be looked after at the DP stage, regardless of.
Yes, and the creek itself would remain in the balance of the parcel, so it's not splitting the creek. It's they're going top of bank for the property line.
Okay. So my other question, recommended conditions of approval number 2, public reserve to be deferred. So this would. Has there been public reserve taken on the existing parcel? Or has it been deferred off of it as well?
I don't have that unless it is in the staff report. I don't recall seeing it. But being 12.1 acres, it would be my assumption that it's deferred on that piece.
Because I guess that piece I struggle with too, because this, I mean, if this was residential, I could see an opportunity for further subdivision. But when we're talking general industry in an industrial corridor, I would expect that this will likely stay as is, perhaps in perpetuity forever. So I don't know why we would not take public reserve at this point in time.
Sorry, if I may correct, there on page 94, it does discuss public reserve. No reserves have been taken, and deferred reserve caveats do exist on the subject properties. That would be on that 12.1 acres. So that would, I mean, if council has decided to continue deferring it, it would be, that caveat would be replaced with referencing the portion of the 22 acre piece as opposed to the 12 acre piece. Certainly, you know, further subdivision could be considered on that size of parcel, even on the 12. You know, it could potentially be re-subdivided given the land use district and the intensity of development in the area. Again, it's council's purview whether you wish to take it at this time or defer it. Typically, we would defer it on larger than 10 acres.
And if we were to take it, we would only be taking it on the increased size of the parcel, not the existing size.
That's correct, yeah.
Okay, which would be awkward. Okay, I'll go to anybody else on council wish to speak. Deputy Reeve Ohl.
Thank you. After reviewing it, I don't have a problem with the boundary adjustment part of it, but I do wonder about the future of the parcel. If you look at the flood hazard overlay on page 92, you can see that it is included in the flood fringe and high hazard area, potentially more flood fringe. So I do have a question in relation to this use being its current zoning. And for, of course, all the properties that are zoned, the balance, including this. Is there some limitation in terms of building on the site? That there would be no basement or those types of things? Is there any limitations due to the fact that it's mapped in the provincial map like this?
Certainly through the chair, not necessarily the general industry district, but under the flood hazard protection overlay, they would be required to get a development permit either way for permitted or discretionary use.
Okay.
And they would need to identify how that building site is mitigating flood concerns.
And so that would be regardless of where it is on the property. So it would also, would it help protect the riparian connection as well that was referenced by our chairperson?
Yeah, potentially, yeah. The flood hazard overlay is more so with respect to overland flooding.
Okay.
And then riparian, but in general, that development permit could address
sure
setbacks. And
so it's just inherent because the overlay is a portion of this. It will never be lost in translation when someone's doing something here. Otherwise, I don't know if we could do like a general industry A. I don't think we've ever done an A on that before. So I just want to make sure it doesn't get missed in the future. And I don't know this comment in terms of subdivision in the future. I didn't real see that potential, but I guess if there is this overlay and people are willing to take the risk and they take all the liability for building here, should there ever be anything happening there again. I guess that is caught for us with the flood hazard overlay. And as long as you feel comfortable, I'm fine with the boundary adjustment. I just wanted to make sure that we are covered no matter what goes on these properties. Thank you.
Anybody else? I guess with all of that, I am comfortable with it and would support moving ahead as suggested. Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I I absolutely see no rationale for this boundary adjustment. That's, I guess with the advent of GPS, drawing a boundary like that isn't a big issue. But I do not understand why we would do this boundary adjustment and encroach closer to Tongue Creek. And I just, there's no rationale to this boundary adjustment, but that's just me.
Deputy Revol.
Can we don't have an exact boundary that it's just been indicated, or although the diagrams are very precise. Does it say how far this, they said top of bank. Can we ask them step back a little further from top of bank? Just a thought. And then I mean, I see the comments as valid as well as it's a cleanup because of the fragmentation based on a natural feature. That's what I see it as. But I am curious as to whether we can pull back if the goal is to keep the Tongue Creek in the balance. Can we pull back just a little bit more so that we have a little bit of a buffer to consider the comments?
Deputy Director Granson, did you have any clarity on that?
Yes, through the chair to council. Council could certainly request a redraw or descriptive approval, basically referencing that. I think given the flexibility of that subdivision approval, it could be plus or minus that acreage size that they reference. So if it is slightly smaller, I think it would generally align with the intent of the approval, especially if council does just reference a specific either setback distance or I mean, yeah, that's probably the simplest thing to do would be, if you had a specific distance you wanted to go, or if you wanted to reference a specific riparian assessment to identify that distance. But I mean, in the general, seems that the general tabletop proposal did do a kind of a surface assessment on where riparian was, and they didn't have concerns that it was really beyond that top of bank. So again, that's the applicant's word, but it's just one reference to go off of.
Councillor Alger.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I quite designed myself. These lands on the west side of Tongue Creek are orphaned the way it's sitting right now. So it incorporates all the lands to the little bit of land to the east and the piece to the north into a parcel. Yeah, the lands are just orphaned as they sit right now. So this takes care of that. Thanks.
Councillor McHugh. Deputy Revol.
So the max for the riparian setback matrix model is 75 meters, but I don't know if that's excessive or not. But if you were to use that and use that as the boundary, that's potentially considering what we have in place as far as documentation to actually have a number, a valid number. But I'm just not sure how that limits, and you follow the bank. But they're saying that they investigated to say that they don't see riparian indications, but it seems like the feeling is that maybe is a little bit too close to the border of that. So I'm not sure if a little bit larger setback might work on this.
Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, I can see the rationale because if you're trying to be in compliance to your property line, having that extra little bit there might just help these people do what, well, there's nobody there now, but if anybody does ever want to develop that, I mean, it just gives you that little bit extra room. I'm thinking that's what the rationale is here. So maybe it's a financial consideration, I don't know, but.
Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the chair, just to address Councillor Oll's concern, the current configuration achieves that, keeps a buffer to the riparian areas. I guess that's why I'm not in support of this boundary adjustment without further clarification for the request to incorporate a bunch of riparian lands into a general industry classification. So I'm not in support of the boundary adjustment without further rationale for wanting to include the lands in. Thanks. That as it is currently configured, you can actually do something general industry on it. Including the rest of it, I don't see how you're going to be able to do any general industry. It's all riparian. Thanks.
Okay, and go to Deputy Director Granson. Just before I do a question for you as well, in terms of the land being isolated, I think this creek is dry quite a bit of the late summer, fall, winter. So from grazing, the reason I'm asking is from a grazing perspective, it's still valuable grazing land. Am I correct that this creek is dry quite a bit or very small?
To the chair, I'm not actually familiar with that portion of the creek. I can't say I've wandered the property, so I don't know if it's dry or not. They do note that there's currently no crossing in place, so they basically have to come through on the west side of the creek off 466 to access that isolated land for the owners of the balance. Yeah, I can't speak to whether it's dry or not. I was just further, if I may, it's just going to note with respect to like the riparian setback matrix model has that maximum of 75 meters. If that were implemented, we'd end up probably with a smaller lot because I think the entirety of that current existing lot is within 75 meters of the creek.
Deputy Reeve Ohl.
I want to draw attention to the zoning that both parcels are currently zoned general industry districts. So moving the boundary wouldn't change the zoning on the creek. It would be the same. Would be within general industry district because on our staff report, it says they're both the same district.
Okay. So to move this forward, a couple options. We can approve it as requested. We could approve it with additional changes to the setback, or we could refuse it. Where would we like to go? Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll test it out. Motion to refuse.
Okay, we have that motion to refuse. I don't see anybody else. I will call the question. All in favor? And opposed? That motion carries. And motion to go out of subdivision. From Councillor McHugh, all in favor? Motion carries. Minutes. Everybody had a chance to look at minutes? Any questions? Go ahead, Councillor Kendall. Oh, motion to approve the minutes from Councillor Kendall. All in favor? Motion carries. And accounts. Any questions or comments or motion from those on accounts today? Counselor Calister? Was that a motion to approve accounts?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll give you the motion to approve the accounts.
Okay. All in favor? Motion carries. And with that, let's take a couple of minutes and get set up for our 11 o'clock hearing. Welcome back. At this point in time, I will open up our 11 o'clock public hearing, Sather, Northeast 3, 22, 3, West of 5, amendment to the CR District, page 54 of our agenda. Manager Barrett, could you please introduce council administration?
Certainly. Good morning. In council this morning, you have Councillor R.D. McHugh, CAO Ryan Payne, Reeve Rob Seward,
Morning.
Deputy Reeve Suzanne Ohl, Deputy Director of Planning Drew Branson, Councillor Alan Alger, Councillor John Callister, and Councillor Laura Kendall. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The process for our public hearings will commence as follows. We will start with a presentation from our planning officer Cutler today. Following that, we will go to you two as the agent and applicant. And following that, we'll go to any members of the public that wish to speak. After that, we will go back to closing comments, first to the applicant and agent, and then to planning officer Cutler. At each step along the way, council and administration will be given an opportunity to ask questions for clarification. With that, planning officer Cutler, please proceed with your presentation.
Thank you and good morning, Mr. Reeve and council. The application before you today is from the landowner for a proposed amendment to the country residential land use district to allow for future subdivision. The subject parcel is located within Council Division 4, adjacent to and west of Pritis Valley Road West, 1.2 kilometers east of 240 Street West, and 1.3 kilometers north of Plumbers Road. The application proposed to further amend the land use bylaw by authorizing an amendment to the country residential district land use rules to allow for the future subdivision of one new 2-acre lot shown in yellow, leaving a 9.63 acre country residential district balance in blue. The subject lands contain rolling terrain descending from the east to the west. The proposed parcel appears to contain slopes greater than 15%. As well, the proposed parcel appears to contain wetlands in the southwest corner. Public Works has commented that the developable area of the proposed parcel could be extremely limited. They are recommending a building envelope report indicating the available building area after accounting for roadway and property line setbacks. Due to the slopes of the parcel, they are also requesting a slope stability analysis and PSTS. Should the slope stability report show slopes greater than 12% in the area proposed to contain the driveway, an engineered driveway design will need to be provided. All of the existing development is within the balance parcel. This includes the dwelling with attached garage and barn. The subject parcel is currently accessed from an existing approach located on Pritis Valley Road, shown with an orange arrow. Access to the proposed parcel is to be provided from a new approach, also from Pritis Valley Road, shown with a green arrow. Public Works has no concerns with the proposed approach location. These photos were taken from Pritis Valley Road toward the existing access, as well as 2 photos from the approach to the north and south along Pritis Valley Road. These photos show the proposed approach for the 2-acre parcel. The photo on the left is of the approximate proposed location, and the right is of Pritis Valley Road to the north. This photo is taken from within the proposed parcel, facing west towards the balance. Whoop. I hit a whole bunch of buttons. This photo is taken at the approximate proposed property line facing east into the proposed parcel. Taken from within the proposed parcel facing north toward the existing driveway to the balanced parcel. Photos of the existing development on the balanced parcel, the dwelling and the barn. This application was circulated to all required internal and external agencies. Additional agency circulation comments that have not previously been discussed in this presentation include Public Works regarding road widening a 5-meter bicaveat along Pritis Valley Road. This application was published in 2 issues of the Western Wheel publication on May 6th and 13th. Also, area residents within 1/2 mile were circulated as shown on the map. This concludes my presentation. Thank you, Reeve and council.
Thank you very much. We'll go to council and administration for any questions you may have. Deputy Reeve Ohl.
Thank you for your presentation. Just a question in relation to the water feature. Would we not request an ERE on that?
Because the building site was proposed to be at the top of the slope and that the water being in an area with the setbacks, creating no building envelope, there was nothing requested at this time.
Okay, thanks for that explanation.
Any other questions from council or Min? Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's regarding the, it's to the west of the property. It's like a road allowance. It's the long skinny. Just curious, is that like pipeline or a road allowance? So do you follow me just to the west? If you have this delineated map that I do, it goes from, yeah, like it's triangular. I can't explain it, I guess, but just wondered what that was. I tried to access it on the map here and it says, sorry?
On page 55 of our agenda, I think at the top, there's a
55?
picture. Is that perhaps a pipeline right of way?
Yeah, just curious. Never seen that before, really.
You found it?
I'm sorry, I could look that up. I do not have that information.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's perhaps a pipeline, but we'll get confirmation. That would be good. Thank you.
Pipelines aren't, there's lots of pipelines around. I've never seen them delineated. Okay. Thanks.
Okay. I don't see anybody else at this time, and maybe the applicant has the answer to that as well. So with that, we will go to the applicant and agent. If you can start by introducing yourselves and then proceed with any presentation or comments that you have at this time.
I'm Easton Popeil, agent for.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Ragnar Shader, landowner. The handsome fellow to my left is my agent, who's been helping with the application and the process with Ms. Kohler. I was asked by one of my neighbors why I was thinking about doing this now. I have two children. My daughter Alexandra is 17. My son Eric is 18. We've been on this land for 4 generations. My grandfather started buying land in Purtis just after World War II when he came back. This, to a degree, is estate planning. My daughter has said, I'm 60 years old. My daughter has said that she'd like to take over the house that we built 15 years ago that I live in currently. And my son has said he wants a smaller dwelling. He's going to be playing football at a very high level and be gone for many years. So, yeah, that's sort of the reasoning behind this. I'd like to just settle this if possible at your discretion. We have been warned that 2 acres is a small parcel and historically not, there hasn't been many of those done, certainly along Purtis Valley Road. Whiskey Springs, we know that there's 14 lots, I think, 2+ acres. That's just west of us. Full disclosure, we have a plan B up our sleeve for 3.4 acres that we've printed out here and had, what's the name of the land surveys? Absolute Surveys has looked at that for us, and that would be a neat solution as well. So we have a plan A, which we suspect that might get shot down. And we have a plan B for 4 acres that hopefully will pass muster.
Okay, did you have any more to add?
No, no.
Okay. We'll go to council administration for any questions you have of the applicant and agent at this time. Deputy Reeve Ohl.
Thank you for your comments and presentation. I appreciate your thoughts on it. Certainly, I appreciate you explaining the 2-acre sizes. There's really none in the area that's small. And the Whiskey Creek Estates is quite a ways away. It's over on the other side of the Purtis Valley there. So it's not even close. But down Purtis Valley Road, quite a ways towards the hamlet, there are some sort of 4 or 5 acre parcels. But in the area where you're requesting, it's predominantly agricultural use. So there's just these 3 parcels kind of isolated in the midst of a lot of agriculturally sized parcels and a working ranch in the area. So that the fit of it of 2 acres is as you said, it's a bit tight and small. So one of the things I noticed, I'm very familiar with the land there. So I noticed that with the 2-acre size, that the location of the house would have to be basically right next to the road. And it's quite a drop off. As soon as we saw a photograph of the proposed approach, but as soon as you go into the land, then it just drops off. So I guess there's a concern with stability as well as the location being so close to the road. And then where would you put any additional improvements, buildings or anything like that, or septic field in relation to it when it's really a downward slope towards the bottom where your other dwelling is. So I guess there's just maybe asking you for your explanation in relation to that, because ultimately the whole property slopes to Fish Creek, which is just at the bottom of the property there. So perhaps you can explain how you would see a building site fitting into the slope and then the rationale for why it would be right next to the road.
Our rationale for building right next to the road.
Yes, and the very small lot with really not a lot of room on there.
Yeah.
Well, I do have to say extra buildings, like, I mean, if they drill septics or barns or whatever, I have a visual here. It shows the slopes, and at the top of the property, you would have to build on a slope. I think it says around 18%. So we need that surveyed. But right in between slopes, there is a flat area, kind of where we have the barn. Is that not somewhere we can drill for a septic? And
Yeah, I was just wondering what your thoughts were on the layout because of it being such a tight size, a small size to meet setbacks, to drill a well, and all the things included in what you're required to do for your site plan. So I appreciate that you've got an idea for that. And then I guess you have a road there, so you're familiar with the property, but I just wondered if a building site was to occur on the slope right off the edge of the road, would you find that at all do you think there'd be any issue with the stability of the slope?
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
So I guess you were requested by Public Works that if you were to build there, you would have to do a slope stability test. And that's because of the steep grade. It's higher than 15% in addition to, the potential building site for the home, but also for what may happen as a result of disturbing the area. There could be an issue with slope stability.
Yeah.
So we haven't done that report yet. We still need to, but would that delay the subdivision, or is that just, we can't build on there until we have that kind of thing? How does that work?
I guess I would be determined with working it would be the next stage, and maybe there's an answer for us.
Yeah, Deputy Director Granson, thank you.
Certainly. Thank you through the chair. So just for clarification to the applicants, so on any property, when you subdivide it, you have to prove that there is a suitable building envelope and that there's suitable space for a well and septic field and such. The Curtis Valley Road has a setback of 48 meters from the center line, so that brings you significantly into the property. And then your rear property lines and side property lines have a 15-meter setback. The other factor is basically if you want to build within 30 meters of slopes exceeding 15%, then you do have to do a slope stability assessment. So certainly with, typically with a foundation design, you would have that, bearings certificate and slope stability certificate, things like that. But it is just given the size of the property, we don't want to create a property that you can't build on. So essentially through the subdivision process or the land use process, we would require you to provide proof that there is actually a suitable building envelope on this property. Then given your dimensions, there's only, I would hazard a guess, about 30 feet of width from east to west between your proposed property lines. So that's very limited, and that's basically all of your buildings would have to meet those setbacks. Your septic and your well can be within those setback distances. But again, you have to identify locations where those would be suitable. Your well is going to be where it is, but your septic needs to be in a suitable location. I think that addresses the question.
Thank you for answering my questions. I appreciate it.
Okay, any other questions for the applicant at this time? Deputy Director Granson, go ahead.
Mr. Seward, may I ask a question?
Go ahead.
If the 2-acre idea and the analysis of slope, septic access, there's an existing well within the 2 acres that feeds my house currently, that will go to the 2 acres, and I'll have to drill another well. But if it does not satisfy your criteria, we do have the 3.4 acre solution. Would we have to reapply again and start from scratch on the 3.4 acre idea? Or would you be willing to have a look at it? We've printed out some copies of that now, and is that something you'd review at a later time or take a peek at now?
The application at this point in time is for the 2 acres. That is what has been provided. That's what's been circulated to the community and to agencies. So that's what we're contemplating today.
Okay.
If council is not favorable to that, I mean, the council could make the decision to request a redraw later on.
Okay.
But at this point in time, the application is for the 2 acres. So.
Thank you.
Deputy Director Granson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to touch on the right-of-ways in the area. So I had a look there, and the right-of-way to the west of the subject lands is actually a railway plan. There doesn't appear to be any other railway plans in the area, but it's quite an old one. And then there is a roadway plan directly south of this area as well. So that's actually that plan that you see there. And so that roadway plan was I believe it was maybe a former temporary Curtis Valley Road right-of-way, but the one on the west side is a railway plan. It's just to clarify. And further, sorry, the pipeline is further west that you see there.
Okay. I don't see anybody else. So at this point in time, I will go to any members of the gallery that wish to speak. I don't have anybody registered, but did anybody in the gallery wish to speak to the app? No. Okay. So at this point in time, then we would go back to closing comments, and we'll go back to the applicant and agent for any closing comments you have at this point in time.
Closing comments. Sorry. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your consideration. We will jump through any hoop you put in front of us with haste, and obviously we need to fulfill all of your criteria. Either within the 2 or the 3.4, hopefully we'll be able to do that. This is literally estate planning. I love that land with all my heart. So do my kids. And we're not in eyesight of the O'Connors, which are southwest of us. We're not in eyesight of the Carscallons. We're not in eyesight of the Mullins, who live up on top of the hill, looking down west. And I've spoken with all parties surrounding us. There have been no objections thus far. So I'm just appreciate your time.
Thank you. And back to council administration. Any questions for the applicant at this time? Councillor Callister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to the applicant. I don't really have any objections to this myself. You're proposing to take the well from your existing house and transfer it over to this new dwelling. Is there any problem finding water there? How's the well produce?
I don't have the exact numbers, but I just had the well put a new pump in, shocked it, cleaned it out, and that would go to I'd have to drill another well. The trend, if you will, for water seems to be going north-south, the aquifer. This well went to 85 feet and is producing very good quantities. I apologize. I should have had the exact number, but Billy Baker at Aquamule, whom you might know, drills a lot of wells and does a lot of water work. I just spent $7,500 getting all of that set up so that there's no issues with that well. And so I would probably drill for the house just due north of outside the boundary for a new well to feed the house.
Okay, thank you. I don't see anything further at this time, so we'll go back to Planning Officer Cutler. Any closing comments that you have for us?
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Nothing further. Back to Council Administration one last time for any questions you may have. I don't see any, so I will close the public hearing at this time. You're welcome to remain in the gallery to watch Council's deliberations and decision. You can also watch it online. The YouTube link can be found on the county's website. Either way, a decision will be sent to you once the minutes are ratified, likely next week. Thank you very much and hope you have a good day.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Appreciate it.
We're good to stay in? Okay, Council, let's proceed with this one. Fresh in our minds, this is in division. So this is Sather C2. I believe this is in Council Division 4. Who would like to start us off this morning? Go ahead, Deputy Reeve Ohl.
Thank you. Appreciate the chance to provide a few comments. So we had a look at the land and the proposal, and I understand the configuration was before us was put forward to get 2 acres and try to have a building site right up at the top. It is very steep, and really there are a lot of limitations to fit within the 2 acres. So in addition to that, the slope for the entire parcel does drain down in towards Fish Creek. So there are some other things to take into consideration. You may see that in one of the diagrams, there's an oxbow and Fish Creek at the bottom and the ranch below this particular property. And if you look at the overall area, just to get an indication of the area, you can have a look to see what we had brought up earlier. Page 59 has a little bit of a step back diagram to show you the area. Essentially, the only smaller parcels in the area are a little bit to the north on Curtis Valley Road, and there's a bit of in that 1/4 section, and the rest is all in agriculturally zoned and agriculturally used in grazing in the area. And there's a bit of hay, but majority of a lot of grazing and animals in the area. So just the context of what fits or what doesn't fit, just wanted to make that note. So if you're to go to integrate smaller parcels, you do end up having the more urban type of a look, more of a little cluster of homes, which, we do support infilling. However, we also look at the specifics of the landscape in relation to this particular property. I think the limitations really do become evident in what we heard from the report from our public works. And in order to achieve a home on a slope like that would be quite significant in terms of the ability to anchor the home and not to have an issue with the slope stability in the future, which could be very complex for a potential future homeowner, whoever that may be. And I just also wanted to, as I was mentioning earlier, the shape or complementary sizes for the area. I also did look at our municipal development plan to just bring about some commentary for consideration, in that we do have a section in the municipal development plan on environmental conservation and open space. And then just a note about one of the goals is to be sensitive or recognize areas that have environmental significance, including the features that are on this particular parcel and its proximity to Fish Creek. There are some other suggested commentary in the policy and in the municipal development plan, which we do recognize as our planning document, as we're asked to minimize the impact of development on seasonal water bodies and wetland sloughs and so on, being there's wetland and then drainage towards the creek. Looking towards endeavor to protect lands with unstable slopes or lands with erosion potential from inappropriate development. And also a commentary and definition of cumulative effects, which are the combined effects of past, present, and reasonably foreseeable land use activities over time on the environment. Further, there is commentary on the wildlife corridors and using the setback, which is not applicable, but the idea of representing or considering the environment. And then, as was noted in the staff report, there are some sort of general fit for residential. However, it's also a matter of interpretation, because one would also look at on page 21 of the municipal development plan, where there is a recognition of maintaining rural character, that being larger parcels next to agriculturally functioning parcels. There's also policy related to being compatible in the surrounding areas, impact on the agricultural industry, impact on the natural capital, suitability of the land for residential uses, environmental significance of the land adjoining properties, environmental impact, and cumulative effects. That all comes from the residential property for our consideration. And in policy 9, it does suggest that all residential parcels shall have a developable area of land which does not exceed 15% in slope, unless a report is provided. So again, that we're dealing with that here. So I just wanted to bring out these points from our planning document, just in recognition of how we can evaluate this particular property. And at this point, due to all the factors and complexities that we've seen and that are evident on the property, as I'm not in support of this particular application. Thank you for the chance to comment.
Anybody else wish to comment? or provide a motion? Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the chair. I cannot add really anything else to the comments from the Deputy Reeve. Extremely comprehensive. Biggest one for me in there is the suitability in the area. So this is primarily all ag. It always makes me a little crazy that we call these things country residential. This is obviously a residential on a country lot. And residential doesn't fit in this area. It's primarily ranch country. Deputy Reeves already spoke to the topography, and it just gets challenging with water as you go west. You can see the hummocks, and as such, I would give you the motion to refuse. Thanks.
Okay, we have that motion to refuse from Councillor McHugh. Anybody else wishing to speak? Don't see any. Call the question. All those in favor? And opposed? That motion carries. Okay, let's go to committee reports. Councillor McHugh, any committee reports for you this morning?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nothing to report this week.
Okay, myself, the only official committee I had this week was Calgary annexation. Didn't exactly get much of a justification in terms of why the city is looking to annex. So we're looking for that. Part of the motion that we made going forward was to have the city of Calgary provide that justification. Our next annexation negotiation committee meeting will be in September. We also had a motion that I put forward to, I guess, acknowledge the report that was given by Calgary, and at the same time acknowledging the incorrect statement within the information package was provided to us. So specifically what that was, one of the Calgary City Councillors in his notice of motion to the City of Calgary, to his council last year, he gave all of the essentially the reasons why that they should be annexing these lands at north of the Sirocco Golf Course. And in that, he stated that Foothills County had, what was the correct word? Essentially officially supported the annexation of the Sirocco lands in times previous. And the reality is that never did happen. And I just thought that was important that get on the books because I don't want this information getting out there because it's completely inaccurate, and it has stirred a few residents up when they read that. And so the Foothills County never did actually support that annexation of Sirocco lands as was stated by the City of Calgary councillor in his notice of motion. And that's all. So we look forward to the next meeting in September. And that was the only official committee meeting I had this week. So we'll go to Deputy Reeve Owl.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had a few meetings. I had this one's not official, but a meeting with the Pritis Community Association. And definitely as of that date, on the May 13th, council did support moving forward with assistance for them on regards to the maintenance that they're doing on the county land. So I did share that information with them, and they're very appreciative of that and look forward to an agreement with Foothills County regarding those lands. And they're also very thankful to Foothills for all the support ongoing. On the 14th, I had a Foothills Regional Emergency Services Commission meeting. On the 15th, I also attended the Calgary and Foothills County Intermunicipal Committee and Annexation Negotiation Committee meetings. And I might just add a couple of topics that we covered with the IMC. The big deal was discussing the intermunicipal collaboration framework, also known as an ICF, which is an agreement we have to have with all of our neighbors. And so we have a bit of a time frame that we have to meet, and information was presented to us, including areas that we may find future collaboration on, but also particularly in the scope of work where we have existing agreements that we will end up formalizing. We have a terms of reference, and then we will work towards continuing to negotiate an agreement, which will be then needing to be supplied to the province, proof of our collaboration together. And in there, there's some topics of particular interest, including transportation, water, wastewater, solid waste, emergency services, and recreation. We do not have to do all of these, but there are some things where our efficiency and work together will be part of our discussions and potential future planning. So I'll just leave it at that one particular item that was taken up, and Councillor Alger chaired that, and he did a great job of herding us all towards our conclusions on that. And then we did have an annexation negotiation committee that was referred to already by Reeve Seward. And I would just add a couple more topics that we did dive into. We had a little refresher in relation to the procedures. We have a terms of reference in place that was approved by both of our councils. And then we officially had our first meeting. Along with that, we did have a presentation in relation to an overview of the procedures and timelines that we will be taking part in over the next months and probably year. And there is a couple of different timeframes that were proposed to us, whether it was contested or uncontested, and what that might look like. And in the process, we also were requested to consider whether we had any suggestions on topics and things that we'd like to dive into. And so we did come up with a conclusion where Foothills County would like to have more information provided to us on the justification that comes in along with the review of the 15 principles of annexation, which were shared with us, as well as the other information and if you want to call it flow chart of how we will proceed, and then the variations and required types of approvals and organizations that we have to be participating with along in this process. We will also be considering in our next meeting, likely in the September timeframe, along with those 15 principles, we would be also considering public education, engagement, and what the engagement might look like, possibility of revised timelines, looking at what particular decisions we might be looking at that point, as well as looking at a geodemographic presentation similar to information that was provided on the first go round on annexation. So there may be other supporting information that might be required, but we will look forward to that. And I know our various departments that are preparing are going to need some time for preparing this information for us. And we thank them because they did a whole lot of work to get that first meeting all prepared for us. And then we will look forward to their homework, because there's a fair bit of homework that's going to be needed for this in order for us to continue discussions. So that's, I think that's it for mine. Oh, I did have the policing. Sorry, there is one more. The Rural Policing Committee did take place yesterday, and we had quite a significant presentation section in our committee yesterday. It was very, very interesting to hear from a lot of the members who took the time to come out. We had a short presentation from Chief Satpal Parhar, who is the Alberta Sheriff's director. And we had a chance to hear from our RCMP detachments from Diamond Valley, Okotoks, High River, and our enforcement services provided. So our manager Joel's provided our service from the first quarter, and we did hear from the other presenters their statistics and information, and issues that are taking up the time of their officers in Foothills County. So that was very interesting to hear. And then following that, we did have the inspector from the sheriffs attend. And then additionally, we had guest speakers from 2 divisions that we had not previously heard from. The Sheriff's Investigation Services, we had a gentleman who presented to us on the Fugitive Apprehension Program and the Safe Communities Alert Network, network. I forgot the A in the scan. And then surveillance team and how they work to complement the RCMP when they are essentially a service that is on call and really helps in the teamwork between policing agencies. So they were able to explain to us where they fit and how many particular impacts that they've had in the province of Alberta, but also they did report to us in Foothills County where they've participated in investigations here as well. So it's very good to hear from them in all of their work. We then heard about the local crime watches, and we are also part of it's called the Police Review Commission, where we are members, and we heard an update in that, and it is interesting to see the dynamics of policing throughout Alberta that we saw on that. And of course, that's all available if you wish to watch it as a YouTube presentation. So that's everything. Thank you.
Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Officially, I attended and chaired the Calgary IMC, as was spoken to by the Deputy Reeve. Kind of took all my thunder. Thanks for that. No, it's perfectly fine. Yes, we did discuss the terms of the TOR, terms of reference for the ICF, and I also attended the Calgary Annexation Committee meeting. And unofficially, yesterday, I attended the DeWinton Community Association meeting, and they are just finishing up the new roof on the building, which is looking exceptional. And that was, of course, thanks to a CFIT grant and a matching grant from the Dumbo Recreation Board. So I think it looked like they were going to get it completed yesterday. So if not, for sure today. And the building the building envelope itself just looks exceptional. That's all I had. Thank you, sir.
Councillor Callister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, on Friday, I as well attended the Calgary IMC, where we went over, as Alan said, terms of reference. Not much to add there. Looking forward to the future discussions with our urban counterparts. And as an alternate, I also sat in on the annexation meeting, and I have to give kudos to the members of Foothills County on that board, looking for justification of the annexation, and hopefully we'll see what that brings in the coming meetings. And that is all I had officially last week.
Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The three amigos tried to represent Foothills County at the Little Britches Parade, but alas, it was not to be. So we are very disappointed in our inaugural years to not get that experience. So we are doubly looking forward to next year. We will be there to represent Foothills County, fear not. So yeah, it was kind of, anyways. And on the 19th, I attended kind of an ad hoc meeting at the Sheep River Library because we are working on our terms of reference and policies and procedures. That's all.
And lots more parades coming up this year yet. CO Payne, anything for you today?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just very briefly for council, I think you're aware I was away at the Society of Local Government Managers conference last week. It was very good conference, good opportunity to network with some colleagues. A couple of really good sessions on municipal leadership, as well as some good legal sessions. The most interesting one Brownlee held, it was an update on Bill 28, which was had received royal assent the day before the discussion. So the materials in the presentation were almost dated because they were the next day when assent wasn't expected, but no, some good insight there on that bill as well. And I'll be bringing more forward to council on some of the impacts of Bill 28 on our municipal operations and some of the things we've got to get up on our website. And there are very different implementation dates for each aspect of that bill. So they'll come to you individually as time goes on. But that was all I had in open session. I do have a couple of closed session items as well when we get there, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Deputy Director Granson, did you have anything this morning?
Thank you. I don't have anything. Thank you.
Okay. Manager Barrett.
Thank you, not for me today.
Okay. Only other thing we have left is in-camera items, and we have a few minutes, so let's go in closed for the few minutes we have. Motion to go in closed from Councillor McHugh. All in favor? All motion carries. Welcome back. Couple of items coming out of closed. I'll go to Councillor Callister. I believe you have a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I would like to make a motion to authorize administration to provide a legal review of the item discussed in closed.
Okay. We have that motion. Councillor McHugh, I see you're up, but I'm assuming it is for another thing. Okay. We have the motion from Councillor McAllister, Councillor Callister, sorry, all in favor. Motion carries. Councillor Hugh or McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Motion for Foothills to participate in the Alberta Rural Industrial Caucus.
Okay, have that motion. All in favor. Motion carries. Let's get set up for our 1:30 hearing. Welcome back. I will open our public hearing for Sobolski Oglestone. I hope I pronounced that right. Little Creek Dog Park, northwest of 72001 west of 5, site-specific amendment. This is on page 62 of our agenda. Manager Barrett, would you please introduce council and administration?
Certainly. Good afternoon. In council this afternoon, you have Councillor R.D. McHugh, CAO Ryan Payne, Reeve Rob Seward, Deputy Reeve Susanna Wolf, Deputy Director of Planning Drew Branson, Councillor Alan Alger, Councillor John Callister, and Councillor Laura Kendall. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. The process for our public hearings, as we will follow this afternoon, we will start with a presentation from our planning officer, today Planning Officer Kotler. Following her presentation, we'll go to the applicant for any presentation or comments that you have. Following that, we will go to any members of the gallery or the public that wish to speak. And after hearing from them, we will then go to closing comments, firstly to the applicant, yourself, and then to our planning officer. At each step along the way, council and administration will be given an opportunity to ask questions for clarification. With that, Planning Officer Kotler, please proceed with your presentation.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Reeve and Council. The application before you this afternoon is for a site-specific amendment to the Agricultural District Land Use Rules to add dog park as a discretionary use for 3.95 acres of the subject 109.67 acre parcel. The subject parcel is located within Council Division 2, adjacent to and east of 96th Street West, south of 402 Avenue West, and 5 kilometers east of Diamond Valley. The application proposes to further amend the land use bylaw by authorizing a site-specific amendment to the Agricultural District Land Use Rules to allow for dog park as a discretionary use. The applicants are proposing a private, hourly, owner-supervised dog walking field. Visitors walk their own dog or designate someone to do so in a designated and fenced portion of the parcel. The application identifies the designated area as the plus or minus 3.95 acres in the northwest corner of the property. The balance 109 acres will continue to be used as their home site and to be cultivated. Previously, it has been wheat, canola, and hay. The subject lands are gently rolling to the northwest across the property, with the high point to the southeast, with an identified drainage channel from the southeast to the northwest. There are several other minor recurring water features on the land. In the northwest corner, the area identified as the dog park contains a creek highlighted in blue. All existing development is located to the south of the proposed dog park area. This includes the dwelling, barn, hay storage, animal shelters, and workshop. The entire dog park area is surrounded by wire fence. No grading or landscaping alterations have been made, and the existing vegetation offers screening to the road and the neighboring properties. No employees have been contemplated in this application. Hours of operation would be 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. daily, with most bookings occurring between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. An online booking system is in place. This system ensures staggered visits and managing demand, ensuring the vehicles arrive and depart not simultaneously, also ensuring the number of dogs on the property at one time. The subject parcel is currently accessed from an existing approach located on 96th Street West. Parking is provided entirely on site, shown in the red rectangle. This photo shows the existing approach taken from 96th Street West. And this is the parking area taken from the gate of the dog park, facing south toward that parking area. Again, taken at the gate of the dog park, you can see the first garbage can at the green arrow, 96th Street Bridge at the yellow arrow, and the creek at the red arrow. These photos are taken of the dog park area, taken from the crest of the ridge at the southeast corner. The first photo is facing directly west toward 96th Street and the creek. The second photo is facing south along the ridge to the south property line. Taken from the top and looking down upon the winding creek that runs through the dog park. This application was circulated to all required internal and external agencies. Additional agency circulation comments that have not previously been discussed in the presentation Public Works recommends the seasonal creek drainage located within the subject area, Alberta Environment to provide comment, and any concern will need to be addressed or requirements from the department will need to be followed. It is the landowner's responsibility to contact Alberta Environment. Importantly, error in the staff report under option 1, first reading approval. The description is missing the phrase as a discretionary use. It is stated correctly in the draft bylaw. It's just in the staff report that it's missing. Condition 1 should be to the satisfaction of Public Works Department, not Development Authority. And condition 3 should read development permit, not subdivision application. This application was published in 2 issues of the Western Wheel publication on May 6th and 13th. Also, area residents within 1/2 mile were circulated as shown on the map. 1 letter was received following the submission of the staff report and has been included as a part of your agenda package. This concludes my presentation. Thank you, Mr. Reeve and Council.
Thank you very much. I'll go to Council and Administration for any questions you have. Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could you go back a couple of slides, please, to the where you showed the parking area? I think you said it was in red. I just kind of missed that when you were scrolling through there. It's about 6 slides back or so. Yeah, that's the one. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, I don't see anything else from anybody, so I will go to the applicant at this time. If you could start by introducing yourself and then proceed with your presentation or comments.
Good afternoon, and thank you to Council and Administration for your time today. My name is Kaylee Oglestone, and along with my husband Dave, we own and operate a farm here in Foothills County. I'm here today to respectfully ask for your support in approving a site-specific amendment that would allow us to continue operating our small private dog park, Little Creek, on a portion of our agricultural land. Both Dave and I come from rural community backgrounds and believe agriculture and ranching is vital to our community. Although we are technically first-generation owners on this specific farm, we carry forward a deep connection to the land. My great-grandparents homesteaded just 5 miles away from here. For us, this isn't just a property, it's a responsibility. Our goal has been to maintain this land as agricultural land for ourselves, our neighbors, and the Warren family who we purchased the farm from. When we purchased the farm, we made a commitment to take care of it properly. We've worked hard to restore and maintain it, maintaining drainage, fencing, planting crops, and maintaining hay fields. Everything we do is with the farm first mentality. Like many farms today, sustainability is important, not just environmentally, but also financially. The reality is that small farms often need modest, low-impact ways to support themselves without subdivision or changing the nature of the land. That's where the idea for Little Creek Dog Park came from. We wanted to share a small portion of our farm with the community in a way that stays true to agriculture, keeps the land intact, and has minimal impact. This area was chosen as it is not suitable for farming, and it's also not suitable for large livestock due to the topography and the creek area. So for community impact, what's come out of this has been something really special. We're seeing families and kids spending time together outdoors, walking, exploring, and simply being outside with their dogs in a safe environment. At the same time, it introduces people to farming and rural life. We've had many visitors ask questions about agriculture, and some have gone on to start gardens, raise hens, enroll their kids in 4-H, and support local farms and markets. It's also supporting nearby local businesses, as people often stop in surrounding communities before or after their visits and have partnered with a local business who brings a pup bus on weekdays. Overall, it's a simple, low-impact way to get kids outside, bring families together, and build a stronger appreciation for agriculture and land stewardship. Most importantly to us is being a good neighbor. Before starting this, we spoke directly with surrounding landowners and built strong relationships that we truly value. We've received over 20 letters of support from neighbors, including our 4 closest neighbors who are all supportive and are shown with green pins on the map. We've also received more than 220 letters from community members, along with over 1,600 reviews. We live here too, and this is our home, and maintaining a positive relationship with our neighbors is most important. For operations in the dog park, we have intentionally kept this a low impact site. There's no buildings, no services, and no permanent infrastructure. The land remains in a natural state using existing trees and shrubs. The bookings are private. Traffic is minimal and spread out through the day. There are no overnight dogs and no dog care services. In summary, our intention is simple. We would like to keep the land agricultural without subdivision, farm first, take care of it responsibly, support long-term vitality with an added income of the dog park, and continue offering a small, thoughtful space where families can connect with the land. We respectfully ask for your support in approving this amendment so we can continue operating in compliance with the county while upholding the values that make Foothills County such a special place. Thank you very much for your time, and we're happy to take questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Oglestone. Any questions from council or administration? Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to the applicant. Thank you for the presentation. Just on your hours, no concerns from the neighbor about 9 o'clock. I guess 9 o'clock in the summer, I can see that making sense, but I'm a little bit wary. I would think that some neighbors may have concerns with traffic that kind of that late. And then secondly to that, would you consider different hours in the winter? Like in the summer, I can totally see 9 o'clock. In the winter, 9 o'clock might not make much sense.
For sure. Thank you. So generally, our hours are open till 9. However, in the winter, to your point, we've received very low bookings after nightfall. So it's generally sunrise to sunset bookings. And then from our closest neighbors, we've received letters of support, including one, I believe, in your package today from Jim and Kathy Coleman, who are the nearest neighbors across, which they're in support, and they said they enjoy seeing the dogs and the kids playing out there.
Thank you. I'm just wondering if you could comment a little bit on the stream that runs through here. So it's just a seasonal stream, I understand. How long does it typically run in the spring?
Yeah, so it does have a little bit of water all seasons. We generally don't have anybody access the property here during the spring runoff days, which is 1 to 2 days where there's a bit of like snow melt. And then in the winter, there is a little bit of water going through, but I would say generally it's at like its highest from April to June.
Okay.
Yeah.
And just in terms of safety, so the people and the dogs have access to the creek and to go across it in that
Yes.
area?
Yeah, it's very shallow. It's a few inches deep water. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the chair of the applicant, I guess the one follow-up was your bookings are, what's the maximum number of guests at one time? So is it just single party activity, or you allow up to 2 or 3?
Yeah, so we like to keep it low on vehicles just because of the parking as well. So generally we only allow like 2 to 3 vehicles at one time. And that really dictates how many are coming. In our booking email that we send out, we encourage everybody to carpool. Like if they're going to have a couple groups come for a picnic, I think the most people that we've probably had at one time is maybe like 2 families of 5. And most of the bookings are families that come themselves. So maybe like 2 parents and 2 kids with their dog, and a picnic is generally what we see on average.
Councillor Alger?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to Ms. Kotler. So this is existing operation. We're not here because of a stop order, are we?
Through the chair, there was no stop order, but it did come up through the compliance officer.
Okay. So, so again, through the chair to Ms. Oglestone. So you've been in operation for a couple of years, a year?
Yes, so we unintentionally misinterpreted the bylaws around dogs. So we had opened the dog park intentionally as a land use rent. And because we weren't caring for the dogs or keeping the dogs overnight, we misinterpreted that. And then once became aware with Foothills County, we decided to go through the application process and make sure that everything is aligned going forward.
Yep. Okay. And since you've been operating, everything's been hunky dory?
Yes. Yeah. So I think our biggest supporters are the neighbors, which is great. We are surrounded. To the south is our house. We're right adjacent to the park. To the east is our hayfield. And then to the north is a quarter section generally used for cattle grazing. And then Jim and Kathy there are to the west across 96th Street. Yeah.
And you've never had any problems with dogs getting out or?
No, we have a 5-foot graduated page wire field and farm fence around the entire perimeter.
Yep. Perfect. Thank you.
Councillor Callister.
Mr. Chair, through the chair to the applicant. So you've been operating for a couple of years. Do you have insurance? Is there insurance implications?
Yes, so we have commercial farm liability already for our farming operations, and then have added this on as well. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any further questions at this time. So we will now go to any members of the gallery that wish to speak. Anybody wish to speak to the application today? Yeah, just come up to the mic right here.
Oh, it's on? Okay. All right. Hello, everybody. I actually have partnered with Little Creek Dog Park as well, because I run Escape to the Country pet retreat. And so we also have the pup bus, which is a fantastic thing that we do. We go and pick up some dogs in Okotoks and then we bring them to the park. So it is just one vehicle. And it has definitely made an impact for us to offer that to our clients as well. And it's just a whole nother experience for the dogs. The scents that they get out there are amazing. And the creek is not very, it's very shallow. And we just go, during the week and stuff like that, because usually, it might be a little bit busier on weekends, but it's a great thing. And I would hate to see that it's shut down or anything like that, because, we've seen people, usually there's like a half-hour buffer as well in between the times and stuff like that. But I know when I've driven by, nothing to do with dogs, we have seen children out there playing, which is so refreshing to see instead of them being, on their tablets or phones or whatever. So I think that it's a wonderful thing. And I just hope that, you guys can even go out there personally and experience it if you are dog owners as well. That's about all I have to say.
Okay, thank you very much. Can we get your name for the recording secretary?
Sorry, yes, it's Emma Godley.
Emma Godley?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. And I don't see any questions. Anybody else wish to speak? No? Okay. Councillor Kendall, was this a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through the chair to the applicant. I really admire your agricultural values and sticking to that and using this creative little idea to incorporate into that. Kudos to you. Very good idea.
Thank you.
Okay, at this point in time, we'll then go back to the applicant for any closing comments you have.
I just want to say thank you for your time today. Thank you for your work in Foothills County, and we hope that you consider our application.
Okay, any further questions for the applicant? I don't see any. We'll go back to Planning Officer Collar. Any closing comments you have?
I have nothing further. Thank you.
And one last time back to council or administration for any questions you have. I don't see any, so at this point in time, we will close the public hearing. You're welcome to remain in the gallery to watch council's deliberations and decision. You can also watch it online. The YouTube link can be found on the county's website. Additionally, the decision will be sent to you once minutes are ratified of today's meeting, likely next week. Thank you very much and hope you have a good rest of your day. We're good to remain in this meeting? Okay. Okay, council, this is the last item. Why don't we tend to this? Cebulski Oglestone, Little Creek Dog Park. Councillor Callister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this is a great idea. I have dogs. I've always had dogs since I was a young fellow. And I think this is a great resource for the community. Fully in support.
Deputy Revol.
Thank you. I think it's amazing that there's no concerns from the neighbors. So that speaks to how it's being operated, and certainly it gives a nice experience. So I think there's probably a lot of satisfied customers, and also the owner will benefit from the application as well in a way that contributes to the community. So I'm in support. Thank you.
Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This application speaks to what all agricultural folks have to go through right now to make a little piece of agricultural land work. All the extracurricular economic activities that people have to go through. So we should support people like this, and I would give you the motion.
Okay, so I'll be motion for first reading to the land use bylaw amendment for site specific. Okay, we have that motion, and that would include, there was a couple of revisions that Planning Officer Cotler, but I trust that's in there. Okay. We have that motion. I don't see anybody else. I'll call the question. All in favor? That motion carries. That does conclude our agenda for today. Unless somebody has something, I would look for a motion to adjourn. Councillor Alger, all in favor? Motion carries. Oh, Councillor McHugh, I assume you're in favor? Okay. Have a good week. We'll see you next Wednesday.